The Out There channel, Robert and Paul.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo. Welcome from the deep south of New Zealand. Well, middle south anyway. And to Auckland it would be deep. It's like a country town that I live in. Anyway, I had a lot of problems this week with gadgets dying. Phone, battery pack. What was the other thing? Front door camera. So I've had to get replacements. Always spending the bank's money. Now I owe the bank. Only $5,000, who cares? They care if you die. They want to carve up and sell your organs. Probably be in the terms and conditions that we never read anymore, because they're normally pages and pages long. Okay, so I just slammed together some stuff to talk about today. Should be fairly interesting. Anybody out there? Yeah, let's get this rearranged better. Yo. Where's the lurkers? I better get rid of the echo too. So today we're gonna start off with Skinwalker Ranch again. It's getting a wee bit more interesting, but I'd like to make it dramatic. And that's amazing what theories they come up with without actually looking at, analysing what are they looking at, and making all these crazy space-time Einstein theories without looking at anything natural or man-made. Gabba Beast, how's it going? So, Gabba is big with the Chinese and sky watching in Australia. He was meant to come on and tell us his crazy Egyptian UFO aliens with lampshade heads, and never happened. But if you want to talk today about that, you could, I suppose. China number one. You're not a disinformation agent, are you? Propaganda from China. You love Tyler, I heard. Been so busy. Yeah. He's another one that likes to film dots in the sky and blow them up. So you can actually see what the dot is, and it ends up being a blurry dot. One day you might have a P1000, eh? And P1000, it'll probably be P1100 next, is it? Or P2000 sounds better. Maybe it'll have a night scope on it, or a full spectrum. That would be cool. He loves CGI, so he watches Tyler Klockner. He's Mr. CGI lately, isn't he? And Third Phase of the Moon, equally the same. But yeah, we got more to talk about them after the Skinwalker Ranch, of course. Been busy. He will come on. You know how many people say that? People that may come on and never ever do. Sheila Alien was one, maybe. And I asked her, if you decline, let me know why. Another one was Lou, who never ever responded to me ever, which is a shame. But he just loved those fraud channels like UFOman, which is also we're going to cover today too. I haven't slept. Oh no, so you ain't going to hang around long, are you? Tyler makes CGI. Pays people to make CGI. I reckon. I think he did at one stage. I think he's able to make CGI himself though. Photoshop's are fairly easy. And that CGI one with the Klingon ship over LA, it's hilarious, that one. Now I know a wee bit more how it was made. If you look at it, there's just no... the lighting is totally wrong on it. It's totally fake. Me, I was more of the technical side of CAD-CAM, keeping it running, rather than actually using it. But I used to watch what the students were creating and how they were making it, and that was quite interesting. That's amazing how many months they'd spend on animating a mono railway, for starters, right, to simulate it going through the city. They never ever completed it, as far as I know. And also just moving a character on the screen. This is before they had all the extra technology of doing stop motion, right, where they wear the suits with the little dots on and can feed it into the computer real time. But that's before we had real computers. Back then we had DX66s and Pentiums trying to run CAD-CAM. And it would literally take a whole night just to render one frame. It's amazing. I think Star Wars pushed the development of that, and yeah, it sort of just took off since I left the industry a bit. He all sorts of CGI, Taylor. Yeah, but people believe it, don't they? So a amount of people would debate me over that TR3B one. I said, look, you just have to watch the beginning of it. You can see the little red light moves around all over the place. It's not tracking properly, you know, with the motion. And plus, if you look at the lens flare, it's all the same, regardless of what distance he zooms in, right? You know, as he's moving the camera, it's always vertical. It should actually sort of bend and change directions. It's so obvious fake. But Tyler was saying it's the best CGI fake, if it is CGI, I've seen, you know, because it looks so real. It's probably one of the worst ones I've seen. But anyway, we've covered that last time. But we can talk about it a bit more if you want to ask questions about it. I think the more we look at these videos, the better we get at detecting fakes and ones that are actually legit. But then we've got to work out what we're seeing in the video, if they're legit. But there are some good CGIs out there. But there's always a little error in them, and sometimes you can detect it, and just blows it right open. Lens changes, you know, the usual camera artifacts, right? Gives it away for real life. Because if you use a camera, or you watch enough videos and analyze them like I do, you soon pick it up, right? So yeah. We only just got you on. I know, we've got 3, it reckons. So who's out there with Gabba TV? Four on now. So yeah, it's been interesting. Anyway, interesting week. Lots of problems, firefighting, and croaky voice. Pretty sure I've got another variant of that virus going around, but it only sort of lasts 3 days, right? And then it sort of goes away again until something else happens. I'm sure it lives in your system after that, and this reappears every so often, saying, "Here I am again." I caught it when your immune system's a bit below normal. The next variant tries to get you. What don't kill you makes you stronger, they say. But anyway, let's kick this into gear. This should be good. But I was hoping more people were going to say hi on the side first. So we're just summing up what we did last live, the TR3B and the Tyler CGI nonsense. Third phase, yeah, something going on about third phase, so I'll talk about them coming up. More BS, of course, and UFOman, and we'll just have a look around to see what we can find out, if there's any other stuff, given time factor, of course. So yeah, so spoiler alert, if you're not seeing Skinwalker Ranch up to current episode 4, you're best to come back later and maybe skim past that section. And then once you have watched it, look over what I've got to say about it and my analysis that I'm going to do. So anyone here seen it so far? Probably no one, but do you like to watch it, or you got time to watch it? There is a lot of BS in it, unfortunately, because they're going to make it into entertainment, right? But it is interesting this season, I must admit. They're getting better. They start to take my recommendations. Someone might be listening to what I'm having to say. But anyway, let's just go to it. Where is it? The snapshots. So I'll just do a storyboard review of the last episode under fair use, copyright, without spoiling it too much, hopefully. So what's this episode about? Well, first of all, guess what they got? Fisheye camera looking upwards on the ranch, finally. You know how I said that all their cameras are just looking horizon downwards, but they got none pointing up, like I was doing with my NZ sky watching. Let's just minimize that. What's that? What's happened to that? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so now they've got this to install. They've got one though, but it's better than none. So here he is busy setting it up. And I noticed it got cables to it. And I don't know if it runs underground or not, but they've got another one further down here for some reason. Halfway up. And now they've got one that looks upwards. Looks very small camera though. And now they put this fisheye on, which is what they should have done at the beginning of the first episode. And here you can see there's a load of wires he's connecting to. So they're not using Wi-Fi, because you know how he says he loses connection? Now, I'm not sure how you can lose connection with wires. That's really strange. Unless the wires go to a transmitter and then goes Wi-Fi, or uses some other radio system. So it doesn't make any sense to me. But you can see a lot of these cameras are not the best. You know, they've got one station angled up here. It's like cheap stuff that you get from AliExpress, really it is. Or Asians selling on probably Amazon, that's buying it from. But yeah, they're best with these big cameras because they've got bigger lenses and can see better. Not these little tiny ones. But anyway, just carry on. So they start to bring these sky watchers to the ranch. Actually, star watchers, not sky watchers. You know, ones with the big cameras, big telescopes, I mean, with little cameras hooked up to them, and obviously start tracking computers. Unfortunately, I haven't got a picture of them standing together. But here's one setting up his telescope, aiming it at the sky here. Okay, so he's trying to calibrate these big scopes onto the stars and have the computer track it, so they can model it. And they start to want to fire rockets into that anomaly above the ranch, which they is saying is about 2,000 feet to 5,000 feet, right? But what happens is, bingo, equipment failure. He's saying all his database of the stars and the positions in this expensive piece of equipment, I don't know what this costs, probably tens of thousands of dollars, has got all wiped. Now, we've seen that happen before. So, I've talked about how radiation, microwave, can actually mess up equipment. So, we know that happens in space, right? So we'll come back and do some more research on why that could have lost its memory. You can see they're not using any Faraday caging. It's not like they set up a big cage, right? Obviously you're going to have to use microwave sized holes like you get in the oven door. Which means it's impractical to look through, as you know, because when you put your head close to a microwave and look in and see how it's going, you obviously lose a lot, especially if you're trying to get a camera to look at the same way the human eye does. As you know, the camera's only a fraction as good as our eyes. You know, our eyes are still 537 megapixels. With the best ISO and the best zoom in and all that sort of stuff built into our piece of jelly and brain that controls it. Now, camera technology is still not up with that sort of technology that Bio has invented. So they want to fire up this rocket, but they're sort of waiting on these guys to get their gear into gear, and then they phone them up on the walkie-talkie and tell them they're having lots of problems with the gear. Okay. Now, the next thing they do is they're saying that when they were looking up at the sky, that they weren't able to calibrate it. It was getting had a blurry spot in the sky. So they aim a laser at it, and they wobble it around, and notice it starts going longer, and it looks like it's bouncing off stuff. And in this one, apparently, they reckon it's bending. So we need to find out if it's possible for nature to bend laser lights. You can see the laser beams must be like a 5-watt one they've got there, because it's banned in New Zealand. The ones we've got wouldn't even light up 200 meters. And as you know, as it goes up, the beam gets wider, generally. Depending how bad, you can see how it's sort of getting some distortion with atmospherics here. So could the bending be atmospherics, right? So they're saying there's some craft here, a cloaked Klingon or whatever. So moving on. Now they did move around, which I didn't actually get a snap off because I got to be don't want to spoil it all. But the laser beam does seem to split apart, like it's going around something, like it made a Y shape thing. So I actually haven't got the image, but you have to watch the episodes if you've not seen it. Which is unusual. It definitely hits something to split that beam. But could it be ice crystals? So we'll have to do some research on that, see what comes up. Then all of a sudden, after they fire up about 3 rockets, and the telescopes are all down, and guess what? The cameras on the telescopes are also down. They didn't record anything on them. So I think they must have had something going because they captured this on film, right? So I'm not too sure what that all about was. Maybe all the telescope cameras were down, but other ones around the rats were working. I think they said when they didn't aim it at that spot in the sky, and then things started working. So could it be some sort of craziness with UFOs, alien craft, surveillance craft, or just something strange about that property with the, as we know, the radiation and microwaves that bursts that happen. But anyway, they captured this UFO, which we'll analyse. It could be the first UFO. It doesn't look like normal plane lights. But is it just simply a lead balloon? And is someone still pranking them? You know, if you live next door to the ranch and you just want to have a bit of fun with them, or you're a government person trying to create disinformation, or someone that works with the TV network maybe pranking them to see if how gullible they are. Maybe it's behind the scenes, the real Skinwalker Ranch, what actually happened. That would be really good. how they expose Skinwalker Ranch, Discovery Channel. But apparently he's saying it's got a hole in the middle, so I don't see any hole in the middle. It looks like a really bright LED balloon to me. But it could be a UFO. Maybe one of these Orb UFOs. It was moving slowly, and then it disappeared. It got dimmer and dimmer, and smaller, of course. Not sure if I got a picture of that. But as that thing appeared in the sky, oddly enough, they start getting that 1.6 gigahertz signal again. Now, we looked at that last time, and it's used by surveillance planes and GPS satellites. So could this be simply a GPS satellite moving up in the sky that's just reflecting the sun down? And it gets smaller and smaller eventually. Here it is moving towards Jupiter apparently. And star there. And again, it looks like just a circle, doesn't it? A bright circle. But I still don't see any hole that they were seeing with their eyes and through the scopes. And I thought, well, if it's got a hole in the middle, it could easily be one of these illuminated party balloons with number letters, right? And again, someone could be pranking them. So we kept on watching it, seeing what it's going to do, and eventually it gets smaller, as you can see here. And you can see the atmosphere, it's really distorting it, plus slight motion blur as they're trying to keep it in sight with the camera. And then the next frame it disappears. Now again, that could be simply a LED balloon that pops and shrivels down to nothing. Could be that the light is programmed to turn off, and someone just shoots it with a pistol, you know, a slug gun or something. Or they've just got a pre-programmed remote control in it, which makes it disappear. So it could be a good prank by the government there, or someone to generate a show out of it. So still not convinced it's a UFO, because it's nothing like the stuff we've captured on film with the classic flying saucer and the alien greys, right? There's none of those. The best two videos I've got doesn't even come close to it. It's just a boring bright orb. So here's some other shots of it through a different camera, I think. Still, I can't see any hole in it, and it does look like an illuminated balloon. It's definitely not an airplane, anyway. I suppose it kind of has that wholeness there, you know, from the brightness. Because the cameras overexpose it, right? But I'm not sure if he saw the hole with his eyes. And here's another camera that got here, which looks like coloured night vision, is it? So it's very grainy though. It does look like it's colour night vision. It looks like it's got colour. And here's that dot again. But you can see it's a lot less quality. And all this is shimmering noise, right? So and it's Jupiter. So it flies about here, gets smaller, and then disappears. Now, satellites don't do that though, do they? When you think about it. Satellites would be constant, but they could get dimmer and dimmer because the angle to the sun's changing. So that's a possibility, isn't it? So it could still be a GPS satellite, but I assume they've got they check it on their software. Even if the software goes down, you can check it later, right? As long as you got a time and date stamp. But it could be a spy satellite. So it gets a wee bit more stranger. So that happens, and they get woken up at 5 AM apparently, 5:10 or something. And like his caravan, he sleeps in shook, which in New Zealand you wouldn't think anything of it. He said it was like something bashed against it. Could easily be like an earth tremor, right? But with a sonic boom, also shake the caravan. Because this is what happens. He's captured this on film. So he was looking through to see if there's anything happened around about 5 o'clock. And this bright, let's just zoom into it. Bright blob starts appearing. I think it's that one. There is it. I'm just trying to make sure we got the right one. So that's before. Oh no, it shows up here, doesn't it? So that's original. So it's this one up here. Just suddenly shows up like a star. Now, once it got motion blur, I don't know if it's on a stationary camera. That doesn't make any sense. It almost looks like everything's moving when we took that snapshot. So what would that be the case? Would it be like the exposure time is set a wee bit more open on that sky watching camera? Alright, let's have a look at the next frame. Are they distorted still? No, they look like circles again, right? So what's that about? I don't know. So that one disappears there, right? So now he just zooms into this dot. And it looks like it's creating a classic rocket cone trail. A cone shape. Cone trail. Yeah, so that looks like an explosion, or what they call it as a portal. Now he was saying it looks like the other end of a Stargate, you know, what they call it, a wormhole. He says it's opening up, and this is the first thing that come out of Travis's head. Instead of thinking, does this prove that the spying on the ranch in space with movable satellites, that's not going to show up on star maps? You see, and then the explosion goes. It starts off small and gets bigger and bigger. I haven't got all the frames in between. And then it sort of dies down to this single dot, which still looks like a triangle. Triangle shape there, which is kind of interesting. But is that again motion blur? But why would the camera be moving? They do look like circles still, doesn't it? But I suppose there might be some movement there. So, it kind of looks like the contrail maybe evaporating. Still looks going this way. So I was starting to think that you remember SpaceX put up that experimental space plane? I just wonder if they're using that space plane to hover over Skinwalker Ranch, because no one knows where it is, right? They know it's in orbit and it's going up there for a couple of years, and they know it's got some military payload and maybe other top secret experiments, and then they're going to bring it back down. So yeah, I need to get that picture off the spy plane, if you know what I'm talking about. A space plane, I mean. Or it could be a spy plane. Space plane. X-47, is it? Or has it got some other name? Space plane. Let's see if we can get the image of it. What's going on? Have we lost internet? Are you still there? Oh, it started working now. Have we got internet still? Got to be careful because it can drop out. If the ISP has problems. So what are we saying here, Gabber? I'll just catch up with you. Motion blur could be overexposure time, yeah. 20-second plus, yeah. That's what I was thinking. But how come some of the shots are not blurred? So I think it's because what we're seeing is not actually off the feed, but it's actually off a cameraman filming the damn screen. That's what I'm thinking. Which adds more artifacts in. Because they don't make all the images public domain, do they? Unless no one's told me about it. Remember I told Brandon to let me know when he sets up a website and puts up all the material for other experts in the world to have a look at. Never happened, as far as I know. And I find that a wee bit disgusting, really. Because really, if they're expecting people to pay for the show, they should at least make the data and videos public once the show's aired, you know. Anything more than 20 seconds causes the stars just distort. Yeah, okay. I know we're constantly moving, right? So spaceplane, not that one. I don't think that's it. It looks like a bitty space shuttle. Is that the one? There? China. No, that's China's version. Copycats. There it is. That one there. Secret space plane. Dash launched. Here we go. It was Elon that put it up there. And it's all hush hush. After a record stay in orbit. But it's still up there. They put it back up there. Unless they brought it down. Let's have a look. How old is this article? 2018, so they put it back up there again. Spend your money, people. No thanks. Okay, so they reckon it's got weapons and all sorts of secret experiments on this. That'd be ideal for if you think there's UFO activity over a planet, to try and capture it from space. That would be ideal. Have that fly over, opens up the back of it. It's got a whole array of equipment, including some of the best cameras that we might see in the next 20 years, you know, because we're always 20 years behind what the government's got. So could it be spaceplane? Or is this proof that out of the explosion comes a TR-3B? So, you know, got to keep it on balance here. So let's just keep on going. And there's the dot there now. Why is that not opening up? CPU plug-in, I mean, not plug-in. And has it changed any? Still looks kind of triangle light and a little blurriness there. And the stars now circles, just they look pretty good. And finally it disappears, isn't it? Where's it suddenly gone? And it's only there probably for a couple of seconds, and if you didn't have a camera looking up all the time and skimming through it manually like you do with ghost hunting, you'd miss it. But that's something like I'd like to capture on my camera, but also like to capture something in daytime, because that's when you get your best footage. And we're at the beginning again, so we've got a few video things here to look into. Why is it not going back? Oh, right. So to me it looks like they might be filming the screen, not actually taking it from the feed. So we got camera artifacts from the people filming the screen, perhaps. So that sort of ruins it in that case. So Yeah, is there a triangle shape in that? Does look a triangle shape there, doesn't it? Could it be a TR-3B firing some rocket engines? And it just shoots off after a second. So, yeah, interested in what other people think about it. And this definitely has rocket engines on it, this space plane. But it's not a triangle shape, is it? You can see there's some motion blur here, in this photograph here. You can see the round lights are actually stretched. Let's have a look. It's an interesting episode anyway, it's worth going to watch it. Season 3, episode 4. And the next one, they capture a UAP around one of the property houses. So yet to see what that was about. Because they already have, they're probably already finished and wrapped up the show. We're just seeing it way after, right? I'd just love to watch a show from beginning to end, like in one complete season, instead of having to wait each week, because there's a pain in the ass. So, can we go back? No. Okay. Let's have a look what's here. So that's how they launch it. That's Virgin one, isn't it? See, this one here looks interesting. That's definitely a triangular shape. Space plane. Astro Clipper. So it makes you wonder if they got something else up there. What year is that one? Maybe they got some space tourists up there monitoring Skinwalker from above. See, that would create, you know, if that fired off all the rockets on the end here, that would definitely create that cone shape that we saw, the contrail. Sign up. So we've been sabotaged again. Good one. Sign up or you're not going to see what we got to show you. You ratbags. Space.com. They just snuck up on us, didn't it? One quick way to do it is to make sure this JavaScript that doesn't run at the very end that triggers it. Let's hit the cross when it's loading. You might not get all the article, but yeah, you can see here it's like what you see on Thunderbirds, isn't it? Sort of like it has a back end rocket and a bigger wing, and then it separates once it gets into space. So that was back when. Not too far away, is it? 2020. So have they got something like that already up there with the secret Space Force? It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Let's keep on going. We know they've got hypersonics well underway now. There's that space shuttle plane, mystery space plane. Does that look like a triangle shape though? It looks more like a rocket shape to me than a triangle though. Unless they've made some modifications to it. But you can see a lot of these ideas are all this triangle shape. Look at this one here. Air Art Station, Space Force. Let's have a look at that one. Gabba TV, you're the only one still talking on the site. Did you look at the 31st UFO fleet that flew past weeks ago? Yes, I did. I'm just thinking, which one was it now? Was that the one that was actually boat lights on the ocean? You got to remember the International Space Station cameras are always looking towards Earth. They're not looking out into space. Really, do they have them aimed at the space? You still get the Earth in the picture if they do aim at space, but rarely do they aim it the other way. Only when they want to take star fields, right? Star clusters to prove that you can actually see stars in space if you set up the right camera. But that was on another live show we did, remember? At the moment we're trying to figure out what possibilities are for the Skinwalker Ranch. So I don't think it's a portal. Not like Tear in the Sky review I did. You have to go back to that one and have a look. That one is actually seriously a circular hole that opens up in the clouds for 1 or 2 seconds, and then suddenly all these bright lights, orbs, appear coming out of it. Now that to me sounds more like a portal and a wormhole exit point. And then as they come out, it closes up again. But you have to watch the movie. You have to pay for it, unfortunately. So it's not available on TV for free to watch. Or people can't send it to you or whatever. Yeah, so you can see these are all delta shapes. Lots of experimental designs, right? Look at this crazy one. And that's what Vision is using. Could Vision actually be hired out by the government to fly over Skinwalker Ranch with some top secret equipment, you know? That's possible. Just that space plane thing again. And another one. Looks like a jet, almost. Ah. Another one, X99. I didn't even know that one existed. Let's have a look at that one. Okay, is it just someone's idea? So, can't use it as blueprints then. So that one's out. What's that one again? Spaceplane stage. Looks different. Don't look the same as that one there. Makes you wonder how many they've got, you know. Cargo spacecraft begin. Soviet. Of course, it could be another country spying on them too. So I think they need to look further out into space. I'm not sure how they're going to do that. Unless they have their own space camera up there. That's really ideal, wouldn't it? What the hell is this thing? Oh, right. Art again. Art. Spaceship concept. Yeah, so there's not much there really. Project orbital space plane. Let's have a look at that sucker. Okay, this one looks like it might be legit. So, what country is that one? It's Russia. So that's what I mean. It could be Russia. Over the space of America. Now, if they can do hypersonics in air, can they do hypersonics in space? Because it could be there for a second and then fire their engines and it's gone. Boom. So if they've got hypersonics in space as well as air, the Russians, yeah, you wouldn't be able to stop them. See? What they just shot out? Missile. And that one down here. Yep, nuclear bomb. Goodbye, Skinwalker Ranch. Bush. Good illumination. Better than what you see on Tyler's show. I had to throw that in, didn't I? Yeah, that's really good CGI. Here's another one. Oh, my phone's talking to me. Ah, satellite destroyer. Interesting. That's pretty cool. I like that. Hey, I suppose we should move on. It is interesting going through this stuff. You never know what you're going to come across, you know, by pure accident. The next space shuttle. That didn't happen. What they did is they farmed it out to commercial instead, didn't they? Elon Musk. Space plane. I don't think so. Does look like a what do you call it? SR-71, isn't it? And really, again, Thunderbirdie. I used to like that show. Even if it was puppets, the models are pretty good. What's this thing? Again, it looks like Thunderbirds. Could power hypersonic. There you go. Space plane. Oh, they were just talking about hypersonics. Space plane tech could power hypersonic aircraft for US military. So we just don't know what's flying around up there, do we? That's the problem. We say it's aliens, but it might not be. Anyway, we'll just go back a bit. Yeah, I've got to cover those turkeys. So, let's go through the video analysis then. As you can see, we did actually get quite a lot of slides this time. I have to find where it is. So there's one to start with. So let's go back. Okay, that one looks better. Let's stick that through editor. Now, so far in the daytime, they've captured what I see or analysed as clearly balloons, weather balloons, Mylar balloons, birds, bugs, falcon I think was one of them, and they were claiming it was some sort of UFO, triangle. But there's a lot to analyse on that show, and they just haven't got the right people. Because they've got PhDs doesn't mean they have the skills, right? Something that you sort of develop as a UFO researcher. Hey, who we got on here? The ISS astronauts able miraculously to wear cloth suits with creases and a spatial vacuum that holds spools water. Spatial vacuum, that is. Yeah, so what about it? It's exactly the same as you go underwater, right? It's deep under sea. Exactly the same, gets cold. And you get high pressures. And multiple layers keeps inside of the submarines pretty warm. Pumping the heated water from the engines. Same with their suits. The suits are actually multiple layers, including a water layer that has hot water. Just I'm not sure what you're saying there. You're trying to say space doesn't exist, I guess. Hey, we got a flat earther, people. Rockets can't propulse through a 10-tour vacuum. Space travel is a hoax. No, I don't think so. You can simply simulate space, right? You can actually create a vacuum on Earth and then fire up engines, which they have done, because they had to go through all that. They had to do the research, right? So yeah, let's have a look at this. Of course, we don't know if it's the true image here or the film on the screen, but I think in this case these ones were from the camera. Still very interesting to try and suss it out, but it's funny how they jump onto alien craft straight away on the show, which to me means they got confirmation bias, and that's not a good thing. And they're all saying to each other, no, it's not a plane, not a plane. But they don't say it's not a lead balloon. And if someone's got remote control of it, they could turn on the LEDs at the right moment, so it's over that so-called hotspot. They could even have little propellers on it to put it into place. RC lead balloon. You've seen it in past live shows where they've done that. Do it yourself. You might be amazed what people can do. Did I copy that one? Paste a new image. You got the flying shark and the flying dolphin, and so it looks like it could be a really good image here. Again, it's not quite circular, is it? If you look at it. It may not be a latex one in this case, but probably is. A lot of this could be atmospherics and also compression artifacts, because we're not probably getting the 4K image, we're only getting lower HD versions here. Yeah, so let's run it through color swap and see what pops out. And you can see it does look circular, but there's definitely no hole there. And the little bits sticking out would be atmospherics probably. And it depends what overexposure whites that you include into the shape. And we're zooming down now. See that there? Look at that nice curve going on there. I would say as a balloon. One of these suckers. Let's bring it up. Probably lead wooden balloon. Lead white latex balloon. Probably with RC motor on it. So I would be very suspicious that maybe it's not the first time we know that Discovery have done dirty things, and when they've done the Moko documentaries of the Yeti and the Mermaid, History Channel. We know Desert and was it what's that group? Desert. What's it called now? Just so out of my mind now, because there's just a bunch of crazy people that like to go to the desert and aim scopes up in the sky. What's that thing called? Desert, something desert. Anyway, Earl Grey said that one of them was faking a UFO there using a drone and a heating element, just to give them something to see. So I reckon he's probably correct that these people do hoax things to try and get more people coming back next year. Okay, so here we go. 36-inch latex balloon, only $2.96 New Zealand. And of course, 40 pieces lead light up white. So that's standard ones, but you want the nice circle ones, the stronger, thicker ones. Those are the tear-shaped ones, but you want the circular ones. Not showing too many of them. I got the silver ones up here. There we go. Party decor lead Bobo balloon. 3-meter string. Of course, you got the clear ones here too. And then they go up to 42 inches, is it? And they can get quite big. And then the next size, that would be, of course, weather balloons. And there's one that's round. Latex round for, that's a 4 one. So even the 4 ones can actually look white. Now if you put LED lights on it, like these things here, They certainly light up pretty bright. There's the tier ones looking from below. So I probably need to put in round, not tier shape, but Google probably won't give it to us. 130-inch latex balloon. Okay, these ones look like the round ones. Round, not round, not round. Those ones are. Here we go. Round. Not round. That's definitely round, that one. There's a whole stack of them there. Let's have a look at that one. And definitely round, aren't they? Okay, so that's what I think we're looking at. But the question is, can they be motorized? LED, round, white, latex balloon, RC controlled, remote controlled. I wonder if someone's put up something on the web that they're modified. That would be pretty cool. Okay, multi-color ball. Well, it's got a remote control here. You can change the color as it's flying around. Another one with multiple color LEDs in it. Cool. One looks like an eye. Now they should send that one up, and actually can change the color of it too. They should send that up at Skywalker Ranch and see what they think of it. That looks like an eye. It's got a dark thing in the middle. Maybe it is something like that. You never know. Remote controlled helium balloon. There you go. It could be that, you know, and maybe what he was seeing was actually the eyepiece there. Who would have thought? Like I said, you never know what you're going to find. So we got the flying shark. The flying shark and fish. And what we got here? Look how bright those suckers are with the Egyptian pyramids. Swimming pool decoration. So how's that work? Inflatable this time, not helium. PVC balloon remote control. LED ball garden. So you can move them around, rolling around the ground, I guess. Those ones. There we go. Now, what if you filled that with helium, though? I bet you someone's had a play with it. Remote controlled color cycling. Where's the eye? That's the eye one we wanted. To see if it goes up or not. Where's it disappear to? Here it is. New Halloween inflatable eyeballs. Decoration remote controlled. Now, if you filled that with helium, and you can, wonder if the remote control is 2G, you know, so it works over a bigger distance, or is it infrared? $29 New Zealand. Here we go. says remote control, but it doesn't say what. If it's radio, what? This I'm missing it. Remote control, 21 buttons. If I lost my mouse thing. Okay, let me just minimize it. Redo the mouse. Looks like the zoom in's not working properly. And now it is 17 centimeters, 25. So it's 7 inches by 10 inches. Doesn't make any sense. Y times 1 inch. Is it deflated maybe? Must be. Size, inflation. Oh, here we go. Goes up to almost 1.5 foot. But yeah, what's the remote frequency using? That's what we want to know. Just says light remote. So that would have to be using Wi-Fi, wouldn't it? Like an IP camera, surely. Remote control drone, right? But anyway, I think that's the sort of thing you got to keep in mind, something like that. But you could put a propeller on it, retrofit. You know, let's see. Remote controlled balloon. Just try something simple like that. And we'll get the AliExpress ones. And here we go. Something like that. Someone's got a regular balloon. They call it nano blimps though, but it doesn't mean that you can't put bigger motors on. And make it at home, and away you go. That would have them forward to the...
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the future.
But now you can enjoy piloting a balloon from the comfort of your sofa. This is the Nano Blimp, a tiny art.
Yeah, so just scale that up. And bingo. Cool. Okay, I've got mini balloons here, have we? Hot air balloons. News, RC hot air balloons of all things. So I didn't even know that existed until now. And they're fairly big, aren't they? How'd they get them to come down though? So they must be using helium, right? Could they be seeing something like that floating around? Someone just sticks a load of LED lights inside and bingo, you got a nice big UFO. It is tear-shaped though, this one. Yeah, I'm glad I found that one. It's actually could explain some other videos from the past as well. You know, you see a lot of these ones on third phase, your tear-shaped thing. What is it? You know, and it could be just simple as RC balloons now. Hot air balloons. What's that one? We have to get one of these. Why don't we have it flying around and just have a camera set up and just show it on the stream? You need one that sort of could be programmed. So another one, RC blimp. We've got RC kites, RC lead kites. So what next? There you go. There you go. Someone set up what I said they were going to do with that. That's what Trevor saw in the sky. LED vision of that. There we go. Let's open it up. Another blimp of an eye. There you go. Improved, people. There you go. They just strip a thin on the back end of it, and they just tape on a little remote control motor. I wonder if they've got a video of it in the sky. Probably no video. How to make one yourself. Oh, Jesus, look at this thing. How about that? Would you see that in the night sky unless you put some lights on it? And here it is. It's got to say, it looks like a model plane strapped underneath. What the hell is that? Man, that's really cool. And let's look at their conviction as well. I suppose I should be posting up some of these links. I'll post this one up because this one's quite good. Well, I suppose I'm chewing up a lot of time here. RC eyeball or round blimp. So we still got people out there. It's very quiet on the side. I'll just shut that down for the time being. Oh yeah, we got two. Hope you're enjoying the show, the two that's staying. If you want to have a chat about things, do so. But anyway, just open up a lot of possibilities there, doesn't it? Someone could prank the hell out of Skywatcher at no ends. Unless it zooms off vertically, which they haven't caught. I can't really say what they've captured as a UFO. If we suddenly saw it come out of nowhere, right? Suddenly disappeared out of nowhere. No RC can do that. But here, they could fly that in the darkness of the sky, especially if it was a black one, and then have a lot of outside LEDs that just turn on at the right time. Okay, so let's have a look at the last one, which is the portal. And I need to find a good one. I don't think we need to look at any more of those other ones. There, maybe. Start with that one first. How are we going for time anyway? I get stuck into the stuff and it just can drag on. 1 hour 20 minutes so far. That's not too bad. Okay, so let's zoom into that. Paste into a new image. And let's see what people think about it. So, could that be a contrail from a spacecraft? Would there be any SpaceX launches above Skinwalker Ranch, Utah, or close by? So again, you'd have to look at what date they were filming. I'm pretty sure where they are, that they would see SpaceX launches from California, isn't it? So could it be SpaceX launches? When did they film it though? We got no dates. We can't. So we're sort of limited because the data's not there. It's not provided to us. And this is where Brandon could really help out if he wanted to. But I think they got confirmation bias and they don't like to be debunked. I don't see them using any of the space launch apps. I haven't seen them use any of the sky watching apps for stars and all that. Apart from this group of people they brought in where all the equipment failed and they didn't have any software running in the first place, so they don't know what was up in the sky at the time. Unless they went back and analysed it later. Now, is it really a triangle shape there, or was it just... You can see how the brightness of the whites has faded a bit there. Is there a triangle inside that shape there? Looks like there's a bright light there, and a bright light there, doesn't it? Yeah, let's do color swap on it. I think there was brightness. Okay. Now it's changed it to greens, reds. Just shows you how much of a light in the darkness there. So they're not all sort of blacks, right? You can see there's other bits around the outside here. Let's have a look at the original video again. So there's some gas coming off here. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was a portal. It looks like, definitely looks like venting of some gas. But I was trying to get that bright bit here. But the CPU is clogging along. Definitely need a better computer to do this real time and live at the same time. But there is sort of like a triangle shape there, doesn't it? Which fits those space planes, of course. So is that like a TRB shooting off in 2 seconds? Hypersonic. Didn't hang around too long, did it? The CPU's mucking around here. I definitely need to get my hands on the best quality image they've got. Does look like there is something triangular there though. But that means it's side view to us again, not floating. So if it fired all those 3 engines in the corner, certainly would create a big explosion of contrail, wouldn't it? So yeah, it's interesting. Interesting footage they got there. This needs a bit more research done to it. What was in space at the time, what was the time, date. I'm not sure what Brandon has said about this one. Has he posted anything on Twitter? Suppose we could have a look at his feed. See, there's little circles there, look. In that triangle shape. Let's try another setting here. The CPU, come on. Lumen. High contrast. Increase contrast. You see what I mean? You've got those 3 dots. And we dim it right down. So Gabba TV needs to capture something like this. Instead of the dots. There you go, there's that triangle shape again. God, it looks like a space plane, doesn't it? Fired 3 engines in the corner, whoosh. Off we go. So yeah. It's interesting stuff. So yeah, best we can really do, I think. Are you still around? I thought you'd be tired. You've been up all night gaming, haven't you? A gamer Skywatcher. Yeah. They need to fly past our way too, don't they? Maybe they will. You never know. Strange things happened to me. You know, so more could be coming my way. And strange things happen to you, you know, with your so-called lampshade head aliens that are entering your house. So, why didn't they come back, if that's the case? Actually, so I wanted to do your story, because it's really like Skinwalker Ranch. If the location might have had something to do with it. Whether it plays into our brain power, right? So if you got all that background radiation, microwaves, and it's strong enough, and it goes through your head, it could make you hallucinate, couldn't it? Daytime and night, doesn't matter when. So we're going to have a look at some of the stuff on here before I move on. We're just going to do some quick searches. So, computer equipment, can it fail? Computer memory, more so. Computer NAND I suppose it would probably be NAND. What type? Actually, we need to find out first. What type of memory does telescope software use? Well, hardware, software. How much RAM do you need? Telescope control software. Like, does it read it off a hard drive into memory and then it corrupts? Because it looked like it was solid state, what he was using there. Let's see. So I don't know enough about this side of things. I need someone that mucks around with that, and maybe we can nut it out together. Solid state tracking. Let's see. Star tracker. Let's see what comes up with that. What have we got here? Server of current solid state thing, NASA. So I don't know what his one is. We could look up the model number. Anyone know what it is? That thing? Have we got anything that can identify it? Can anyone read that? It's just out of our HD thing. I wonder what it's saying. Maybe they said on the episode what it was. Looks like a chevron underneath it anyway. Of a spaceship. Looks like helix or something like that. Hex. Looks like old technology to me though. You know, old LCD screen, buttons. Nowadays you should be able to just use your phone, have an app for it that talks to the device, and have like a mini LCD screen on it and all that sort of stuff. So Astro 1, don't think it's that we're looking at, but you never know. Like I said, we're going to spend a lot of time on this because our knowledge on this sort of stuff is pretty limited, and this is big money we're talking about here. So you need to know someone that has one to hang out with them and ask them lots of questions. Could you imagine how much time they spend on this sort of stuff though, and money? I wonder what their wives think of it. We could go on an overseas trip on that, on a nice voyage or something, you know, on one of those ships. You could just imagine what they're all saying. So, solid state memory, and it's... Do we get any specs at all? Anyone know out there at all? Anyone watching? Anyone want to chip into the research? Okay, so it's not going to be easy to find out, is it? Low cost CCD solid state star tracker, NASA. Abstract. So it sounds like something they want to build, doesn't it? Potential commercial application. There you go. What have we got here? Remote sensing. Okay. That's complicated. Don't think it's going to be a simple look up on this. Let's see. Solid state, star tracker, named. Memory. Real-time hardware and loop test of star tracker. Development information of star tracker. 2014. That's a bit old. Probably have to put in quotes. We need to probably put specs in there too. Here we go. So that's what I would have thought, you know, they would use a solid state drive. That would be the most secure because it has a lot of error correction and detection, right? And it talks about NAND, solid state drive. Okay, so the question is, how safe are those? So really you want to isolate that device into a Faraday cage of wire mesh. Like you'd get in the microwave door, right? Make a cage, stick that in there. Same as those UAPS guys. So need to do that with a battery and the rectifier. And the only problem was where they put holes with the cables going through. Means there's going to be leakage. But it'd be better than not having anything at all. The other possibility would be to put a Faraday cage around the whole camera. But if it's small holes, you're going to have your lens really close to the hole to see through, wouldn't you? So I'm not sure how that would work out so well. But you could have a cable that runs off from the camera to the car. Instead of having it all built onto a car or a trailer, they could have it on a trailer instead. Have the cable that runs off site where there's no microwave radiation. And they need to start thinking outside the box. Okay, so NAND memory, radiation. Now, I'm pretty sure the government have radiation proof NAND memory. Here you go. Test guideline documents. Commercial element. Relatively radiation resistant. Okay, let's have a look into that. So we want to know how it could corrupt, whether it can be done naturally or with some sort of man-made technology, where you could just shoot a beam at the people and it just wipes out all the gear. Or aliens outside human capabilities. 3D NAND memory is the latest one to come out, right? It's sort of stacked into like a three-dimensional error correcting thing. Bit errors, right? Not fully up with it myself, but I think I have looked over it briefly. Impact of X-ray exposure on triple level cell. Here we go. So it says it's relatively safe. So I reckon his gear wasn't using anything like a solid state drive because it looked a bit old. But he's saying it's the top of the line stuff, so I wasn't too impressed with the way it looked myself. Here we go. The total ionization dose response of a triple level cell flash is shown to be low enough that data corruption can occur as a result of an X-ray inspection, and a few seconds of X-ray exposure corresponding to total dose of merely 50 rands. Now, didn't they have some equipment set up on a bench there analysing radio frequencies? And they got 1.6 gigahertz again. So X-ray, what hertz range are we talking about there? X-ray, oops, can't remember. X-ray frequency. Okay, 10 to the 20 hertz. That sounds way up there, so I don't think they were monitoring that. So if they don't detect everything, how can they be sure? How many gigahertz in an X-ray? Here we go. That's quite interesting, isn't it? Infrared. Terahertz to gigahertz. And we've got petahertz here, I guess. X-ray. Ultraviolet lights there as well. I don't think they're monitoring that sort of spectrum on their radio scope that they had. These are way higher than their chart was showing anyway. So they could have had a radiation burst shot at them that fries their gear, the memory. And it said it didn't need much of a burst to corrupt even the latest type of NAND memory. 50 rads. Okay, we need to know what rads are, I guess. Oh, what's happened? Are we still live? Anyone out there? Still finding this interesting, like I do? Or I had someone insult me. He reckons I need to have a better format. I said, look, it's a life research, life debunk. You can either join in, chip it in the side. This is unscripted. I don't know where it's going to go. Yeah, 50 rads. What is a rad? This is where university comes in handy, because it's all part of research. A rad is a unit of absorbed radiation dose, defined as 1 rad equals 0.01 GY. So what's GY? Gauss. What is GY in radiation? A grey. Okay. Alien Grey again. The Grey Man. The new interstellar system. 1 grey equals 1 kilojoule per kilogram. 1 kilojoule per gram is 100 rads, so it shows you how little it is. Doesn't take much to fry that. So unless you got hardened NAND drive, so let's see, how can you harden solid state drive from radiation? And we know they got radiation on the right because they've measured it before, right? And microwave. But microwave's down at 2.6 gigahertz. 2.4. Actually, I'll have a look at microwave. I think it's a wider spectrum than that. Radiation tolerant solid state. You want bulletproof though. A solid state hard drive in space made from radiation, eh? Are built larger in storage and smaller in size. Stored data technically may become more. I think they have like 3 computers, don't they? And they all they all ask the same results, and they pick 2 that match. Because there is, if the radiation goes through, even in my live show right now, it could take my live show out. Just one gamma ray could corrupt the memory. You could get a blip on the screen, some corruption. We do get some weirdness going on. It could easily be, if you do it like a 3-hour stream, right? In that time, it's possible, quite possible, that you're going to have 1 or 2 radiation bursts go through your equipment. And most of the time it probably doesn't really matter, because the computer can error correct it, but the display would probably show up some corruption. Radiation hardened solid state drive topics by science government. So yeah, there you go. So who knows, when they were doing experiments on Skinwalker Ranch with Bigelow, were they actually looking into all this sort of stuff? Again, I think the easiest is a Faraday cage around it. But you could put multiple different material around it. Lead, water. Water is a really good radiation thing, absorber. But we know X-rays pass it through us because our body is like 80% water, right? X-ray. So we got our answer there. X-rays can knock it out. And I don't think they're monitoring it. Let's see. Range. Microwave. Range. Electromagnetic. Oh, microwave. I think I've looked at this because this is what we use for 5G, right? Now, I don't think I saw any of them wearing radiation badges like they used to in the other season. Would they pick up a radiation burst? So did they have it on their belts? There is the question. And if they didn't get any X-rays, then that makes it an even bigger question. So there's a lot of things I want to ask. And if we had Brandon suddenly show up on the side chat here and we could put him on, we could ask him all this and he'd probably say, I don't know, I'd have to get back to you, I don't know, I have to get back to you. What is the range of microwaves? Here we go. 1 gigahertz, I mean, to 1,000 gigahertz. So that's a big range, and they're only getting 1.6 gigahertz. Wavelengths. And of course, that's what 5G can use, a whole range there. what range of microwave is harmful to humans. And as we know, we are bathed in radiation, but it doesn't kill us. And we do get skin cancer cells that do form, but our immune system generally detects it and mops them up, right? But sometimes they can get away, especially if in a radiation zone of like a nuclear power plant. Studies have also suggested that long-term exposure to 2.5 gigahertz microwave may lead to adverse effects. Now, the only thing I can think of where that would be so would be your eyes. As observed in neurodegeneration diseases that originate from altered expression of some RNAs. So now we looked into all this, and a lot of the experiments were flawed and also biased. Except for cookies. So when did this come out? But we have to look at new research stuff all the time. So this is pretty old still. The thing is, most of the radiation, I don't think it would penetrate the skull unless it's really high energy. Let's see. TV broadcasts. Anyway, that's another subject, isn't it? We'd go on forever if we kept looking up this stuff. How far away from microwave is safe? About a meter, I would say. They say 2 inches. There you go. Because there is leakage, right? Okay, so that's where you got to build the Faraday cage around the hard drive. But can you shield it from X-rays? Microwave we can. But now we're looking at X-rays as a problem. Can you shield X-rays? And I think you can. They got lead aprons, don't they, at the hospital? But that wouldn't be any good. I suppose you lead around the thing, around the battery, hard drive battery. Should be safe, as long as it's not lithium ion. X-ray. Okay, here we go. Lead, most widely used. Can you use water though? Can you shield X-rays using water? See, this is another reason why you'd want to build a base underwater. Because it shields you from that sort of stuff, doesn't it? Water or any other material does not block X-rays. Yeah, I didn't think water did. It blocks all the other stuff, but not X-rays. Through water. And who was mucking around with X-rays? Tesla and Townsend Brown. If you watch my documentaries, and that's where they discovered that the high voltage capacitors were trying to shoot off into space when charging up. They were getting lighter. They call it gravity blocking. Okay, water. So what is it saying here? Photon energy. So obviously that has blocking potential. Then more water, less gets through. But that's not what we're after. And they're saying yes. If we're talking about soft X-rays, like then a little water would stop them. Okay. So it depends what they mean by soft X-rays then, doesn't it? Can water be used to block radiation as a radiation shield? Well, that's what they're going to do with spaceships, right? When they got to take water with them on a mission to Mars, right? So what you do is you put the water around the inside of the spaceship as on a like a what do you call it? Double wall, and inside you have the water, acts like a shield, and then you have lead and all the other stuff, because you might get a meteorite, that sort of mini meteorite that's moving fast enough, and iron content in it to pierce the outside like a bullet. Then they'd lose their water, so they'd have to do something about it. So they'd have to build it into cells, I suppose, just in case they don't lose it all. Plus they can heat it up to keep the inside warm. Heat from the engines. So yeah, water, that's how they would do it. And that's where they do it with the space suits as well. But how much radiation would it block in a thin layer of heated water? So much research we have to do. So much reading. Blah, 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 blah. Here we go. So it's really the eyes could be crucial. Anyway, sort of getting further and deeper into it, aren't we? So yeah, it's never ending. So yes, and to be that open already, that can get corrupted. X-rays. The question is though, what can cause X-ray burst from underground rock? Okay, so I think I looked this up before. So coming up there was a few things. X-ray burst. Driven by, there you go, thermonuclear runaway on the surface of a Cretan neutron star. Runaway is triggered by a triple process. Yeah. Can we get it underground though? Because when you think about it, we got in the center of the Earth, we got this molten core that's very hot. What would happen if a gamma ray burst hit Earth? Well, it does, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Pretty sure it does. Random ones. Directed to Earth, the radiation would destroy a significant portion of our atmosphere and ozone. But 1 or 2 particles of it must... Oh, what happened there? Okay. Equals X-rays from underground. Let's see. An underground X-ray can lead to other common sources of exposure to X-rays. Here we go. Nuclear weapons. Bingo. Utah was close to the nuclear testing, wasn't it? Could they have contaminated water underneath the ranch? Workplace exposures, consumer products, food, irradiation, airport security scanners. So there you go. So we can produce it from satellites in space as well. Go through dirt. And gamma rays can travel through different types of materials such as air, soil, water. Radiograph is useful in inspecting materials without having to move to... so that's how they look deep underground, right? As well. What would dark X-ray be caused by? Dark? Well, that's getting into some theoretical stuff for now, isn't it? Let's talk about something else on X-ray images. What's the radiation in my house? That's radiation in my house. Radon gas. There we go. Seeping into the basement. We got that at Skinwalker Ranch. And granite, there you go. Countertops, radioactive elements in ceramics, drinking glasses that contain uranium, glow-in-the-dark clocks. Okay, but it's not saying what type of radiation it is. X-rays from underground, from within Earth, maybe. Get the right keywords eventually. X-rays can be produced on Earth by sending a high energy beam of electrons smashing into an atom like copper, gallium, according to Kelly, director of synchrotron radiation light sources. Atmosphere, does Earth emit X-rays? Okay. These electrons move along the Earth's magnetic field and eventually strike the Earth's ionosphere, causing the X-ray emission. The X-rays are not dangerous, so it could come from above, which is very interesting. So the microwave energy can come from below, and the X-rays come from above. They're saying it's absorbed into the Earth's atmosphere. To me, I reckon that would be like something that's not natural then. I reckon there's got to be something in space that could fire an X-ray beam to neutralize on ground equipment. So that secret space plane still might be part of the answer here at Skinwalker. Anyway, enough on Skinwalker, I think, for one day. Like I said, I can make a subject big if I want to. What's the other thing? Bending lasers, that's just the other thing we haven't looked at. Bending lasers. Right. Better keep it on the side chat. Anything new there? Gabba TV? No. Okay. Can ice crystals is what I wanted to find out. Bend laser pointer beam. So as you know, they form these pockets of ice crystals in the atmosphere. Why would it be forming over Skinwalker Ranch? Well, maybe because of the ridge they got there. The mountains around it, you got the Rockies. It could be also, as we know, the meteorite impact happened there. Freezing with laser creates aligned ice crystals. Okay, that's what we're after, that information. What could bend a laser beam? Okay, that might be useful. Beam is basically bouncing off the top of the water and the bottom of water. So again, that's got to be same as ice crystals, right? I don't really want to play it. I think Mick West did an experiment with laser pointers through a fish tank. This ain't Mick West, is it?
Gently flows in and
there you go. So if that was up in the pocket, I could see why it would bend. There you go. So there's no mystery there, really. They're thinking there's a cloaked ship above, when it could be something simple. Scattering light. Again, it talks about ice crystals. Here you go. Small droplets of water. So yeah, that scientist is really what I call confirmation bias towards UFO stuff now, instead of being a scientist. Here we go, we've got some pictures of it here being in. So it must be that video we just looked at. What happens if you focus a 5-watt laser? Okay, it looks like there's some interesting videos here. Hotter than infinity. Because what was happening is that also it was getting shorter. Like it was hitting something and not passing through, right? Right here it looks like they're using a hot gas or something. And it looks like the laser beam pretty much vanishes by that picture there. Oh no, there's that YouTube video. Liquid crystals could help deflect laser pointer attacks on aircraft. Well, there you go. So why aren't they using it? Then we can all have 5-watt lasers again in our country. No, it's all about control. And limiting the knowledge to the people. And censorship. Refraction, bending light, measuring sugar content using a laser pointer. Oh, that's interesting. So if you could shine a laser pointer through some liquids, and the amount of bend it has, they can work out how much sugar is in it. So we're finding out all sorts of cool things here. Anyway, I think we'll wrap up Skinwalker Ranch on that note. So none of this, what we've done today, was done on the show itself. So they really need like the Oak Island has the after show, right? And they need to involve more people like myself. That's not confirmation biased and not be on the payroll. It would be good if it was on the payroll, and then I might be able to get all the gear I need to do my own experiments. But we'll move on to the next topic. Okay. UFOman. And looks like he's got something like Skinwalker Ranch here, so let's have a look at that one. Actually, what's the time? 2 hours, 10 minutes, okay. Cool, we've got some time left. Okay.
Traveling at 300.
So what's wrong with this video straight away? They're analysing Soho videos, which has a lot of different corruptions that occur. And you can see the radiation spikes here, and you can see here this is a little metal arm that goes out in front of the camera and puts a little shield in front of the sun, so they can actually just see the corona. And also you can see the gamma rays and all the other different radiation that hits the sensor here. You see my spikes.
4,044 miles per hour, traveling towards the sun, filmed by the NASA's
so we got stars
LASCO
moving,
cameras,
planets,
on May 16th,
all the radiation.
4 days to complete the journey from the outer edge of the disk toward the black center. Take a look, make an assessment, let me know what you think. I have...
Okay, so they're saying this object here looks like a bouquet. Is moving through space.
Enlarge the footage, try to zoom in.
It does kind of look like the Skinwalker Ranch thing, I must admit, though.
On the object to see if it's actually triangular, and it appears in...
Okay, that's a planet.
In some cases...
that has... you got to remember it's time-lapse too, so... could that be the space plane?
Is to be slightly off from a perfect triangle. Take a look. Let me know what you think down below. Coming up are some still shots as well.
Also, it looks like it's moving further away, doesn't it?
And a comparison between
and then it disappears.
This object and the one that was released by the Pentagon in the famous...
So this might be actually one of the better videos that UFOman has actually sourced. Okay, let's go through it again.
Here's a pyramid-shaped...
So it's coming here, you can see how small it is. But then compared to the size of the sun, is that closer to us than it is to the sun? Could it be radiation? No.
Object traveling.
It just seemed to blink brighter then.
4,044 miles per hour, traveling towards the sun.
The question is, any of the other ones got bokeh effect happening? And not really, hey.
Filmed by the...
The other one's definitely, you can see the radiation spikes there, definitely triangular, but they disappear very quickly. So this thing here is filmed in here, it's meant to be the triangle, is it? Could it be a asteroid that happens to be emitting radiation as it's moving closer to the sun. Could it be like a cone-shaped contrail happening because it's evaporating? That's a possibility, isn't it? It could be an ice rock that is moving through space there, and as it's heading towards the sun, it's creating a cone shape going away from it. And that could be explained why it's not a perfect triangle. So that will be my explanation for it. See there, it looks like a round circle again.
Through the 20th. It took 4 days to complete the journey from the outer edge of
which sounds like a space rock that's passing by, and it's got some ice and it's evaporating. So that's what I think we're looking at there. Okay, so that's an interesting one though. But yeah, I just don't like these Soho images because it's not like optics, right? It's computerized, made up CGI. And then you got all the radiation corrupting it too. So has he got anything that's worthwhile analysing apart from that one? Okay, he's got Lou on. I suppose that's good for building up your subs, but it's not really what I do, as you know. I do like occasional guests on that want to talk about their craziness, but I just don't want to hear talking heads over and over again attacking each other. I just want to get into analysing stuff and actually trying to figure this stuff out. Flashlight triggers UFO response. Yeah, right. A flashlight from the ground to the sky at plane level? Don't think so. Let's have a look at that one.
There we go.
Alright. Who's he got this from? Okay, match. At least we've got a time and date on it.
Trying to get it in focus. Yes.
So what are we meant to be looking at, guy? Looks like a bug going across the screen there. But it's actually the car headlights from the truck. Okay, what have we got here? We've got stars and these two bright lights, which could be anything. Dots in the sky. And looks like they're getting shape distortion through the lens, right? The iris. Overexposed. So that could quite easily be two lead balloons again.
Hard to get this thing to focus.
Yeah, it's not focused. This is where you need the best zoom possible. You can see all the lights from the car headlights passing, truck headlights. What's it say there? Copyright Nick Williams or someone. It's just dots in the sky. I could film those till the cows come home and put it up on a channel and have you all believe it's UFOs. So, is he going to get anywhere with this? See what's that here? It's got reflections galore off this thing. I don't know why you'd want to copyright stuff like this, unless you're trying to make money from it. Alright, unless you want to control it going to fraud channels, of course. There's another reason to copyright it. So people get written permission without using it. But you can't stop people using it fair use, I guess. Oh, what happened there? 0%, I'm not sure what I hit. Yeah. Don't know what it is. It doesn't seem to be moving. Could it be distant planes that we're not, because of the type of camera, we're not seeing any blinking? You can see the diamond shape, so it must be a square aperture on this thing. So it's probably a night vision thing, a bit like the bokeh triangle thing. What, has the angle changed there? Well, all the car headlights going by, why does he think he can communicate with a torch? Alright, so it must have muted the sound. Okay, it suddenly got brighter and the other one went out. It's probably illumination flares, isn't it? Let's see, the length of the video. Fits that timeline, 6 minutes when they start going out. 5 minutes, 6 minutes. And it's going, it's going, it's going. And it's flickering like a flare. And of course, we've got to subtract some stuff off of the intro. Yeah, so 5 minute mark. That makes perfect sense. Illumination flares solved. Come to me, man, if you want to analyze your videos for you. Okay, let's move on. There's that one. And the other ones we looked at. Okay, so there's not much on UFOman. He's into talking heads mostly now. And Mrs. Costa. Mrs. Costa. I suppose we could play a little clip of that interview. Just to see what they're saying.
We have an easy way to I don't have algorithms that would allow me to start seeing county in state A being hooked up to county in state B, you know, that type of thing. I don't have that kind of
Well, I got a question. Let's hypothetically say you're looking at Tennessee. You could also look at maybe Kentucky and.
See, this guy here, he had a credible experience, and he's on all these fraud channels. Makes him less credible now, doesn't it? But unfortunate. Tom Reed. Look at it, he's got a professional microphone. So how much money is he making from this? So then again, how much of his story is now legit? Maybe it's got some truth, now it's got embellishments. So this is where it all goes wrong in ufology. Okay, let's move on from UFOman. Okay, so now we're on to GUFON again. Now, before we get on to what his statement, we'll just recap some stuff I did in the past. And I probably need to get something to eat and drink, because I've done this in the morning here. Started at 10, wasn't it? So, it's now lunchtime. So I want to do a search on, what was it called now? Search and rescue. I'll try search, keyword search. I'm hoping I got it listed. Secure team caught hoaxing again. Carlos Diaz Lightshits. Rob joins me to talk more on UFO. Not that one. Third phase. Videos from third phase. It could be on that one. See this one here? There's a so-called base in the crater. That's a Photoshop. Okay. And I proved it on the episode. Search and rescue. Let's see, it happened in 2020, I think. So what was the date on the other one? Where they faked with the new sionyx camera. What, is that 2020? 1 year ago. Could be. Let's have a quick look. Let's see if I can find it. Where I did the analysis on it, rather than just going over it again. Which proves 100% that they're faking stuff. What happens is frauds promoters will always say that wasn't hoaxed, there's no solid proof that they hoaxed it. Blah blah blah. You know, they always go down that line. No chapters on it. Damn. Is there chapters? Oh yeah, there is. That makes it a bit easier. Seeing it over Australia. All third phase nonsense. UFO lights in the sky. Kite. Turns out skydivers. Plane turns out to be a blimp. Okay, it's not in that one. What year was that? 2020. It was around about then though. So 38. Probably not going to be able to find it. Normally I'd search it beforehand on a show so it doesn't chew up time. Security. Okay, let's try rescue. Sure, I would have put that in there in the description so we can find it. What we got here? Charlie. Okay. Third phase there. 2018. S and R maybe. S and R. Search and rescue. What's this one? No. Could it be on that one? What year is that? 1 year ago. Liar. No. Damn. Next time I will put S and R in it so you can at least search for it. Okay. Yeah. Damn, I got so much stuff up now. USO. Okay, what we've got here. One year ago. It's mostly talking to Robert though. Yeah. I'm not gonna find it quick, are we? Damn it. Because it's all documented in that at the time, because it was the next day, or the same night I might have done it. I did a live search on YouTube, see what was happening, and there was a big event of some people out to sea, and they had helicopters and boats out there and divers. Man, we've done so much over the time, and we hardly got any subs still. There's a lot of good stuff here. If people watched it, they'd be a lot more wiser. Okay. Okay, let's try another search. Hey, Michael King's finally made it. Yeah, we're on to the last bit of the show though, because I'm starting to wear out now. Most of it was on Skinwalker. That was quite a big episode to look into. You'll love it though, I'm pretty sure. If you, especially if you've got a science mind and you want to break down things. Yeah, so we need your input in the whole show, really. If you want to jump on, you can, and talk to me while I'm searching. Just trying to find the third phase hoaxing. Yeah, same old excuse, kids. Down, off. Okay, school tomorrow. We'll catch that after you finish, right? Fair enough. You need Metral Smarts, a shield of silence. Then you can make as much noise as you want. It's funny how we build these houses, but we don't really soundproof the rooms very well. Alright, computer room. They need the shield to come down over top of them so they can't hear a thing. And on the weekends, okay. Okay, that's alright. What was I going to search on? Hoax. Third phase of moon. I probably said try this abbreviation. Third phase abbreviation. Hoax. Okay, let's see what comes up. I may have put that in the description. Third phase fake aliens. Okay, so when was that? Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, I got a donation that time. Who was that from? Susan, she left the group, unfortunately. She didn't like all the drama and all the attacks going on from GUFON. Okay, so we got no chapters, damn it. I think this was the aliens using models and things. They were using Jamie Masson stuff. Of course, they weren't faking it themselves, but they were putting it out there, weren't they?
That have been pulled up a little too far, and that kind of made me look at it and say,
that one there from the movie prop. Remember that one? They're saying that the people captured it such and such location, and it was a cop that filmed it, which was totally untrue. So that's not them exactly hoaxing it, but they were making a big story up about it, which was totally wrong. So let's keep looking for that search and rescue one, which we know they were behind faking it, trying to reclassify what they were seeing, and they were making it so you couldn't hear the helicopter. Third phase. Sometimes the thumbnail can help you see. That's if I include them in it. What's that one? I'm not going to be able to find it, am I? This is a damn shame, because I want to go over it quickly to show that they were hoaxing 100%. And it was only a couple of years ago. See, I'm not even sure what title they used at the time. Outs down over Lou. So I put third phase hoaxing and it hasn't narrowed it down. It gives you the first few fixes at the top when you search this way, and the rest of it just adds in random episodes that may have one word in it rather than two words in it, or something that's not even related to the search that you wanted. It's not really good, the searching. So let's see if I can find it on their channel, and maybe I can just skim through it. In fact, have they put anything new up? No. They've gone very quiet lately, haven't they? So, they called it a USO. Try that first. There'll be thousands of episodes on that. Okay. Gulf Breeze. Of course, it's not on order as well. Is that the one? Guns forward, crazy UFO footage. No. See all the fake stuff they put up? Fake. What was that now? I figured out what it was. So it was something to do with a car part. Thermostat, was it? Yeah. For a Jeep or something like that. Yeah, what's that one where they're doing it with the colour night vision? Because it's important that we recap it. Maybe I should keep it for another day and look for all the information. Didn't think it would be this hard. What's this one? No. Man, I forgot to get a drink. I need a drink, man. Reason counters, no. Why can't we find it? Crazy New Year video from Russia, no. There's Sheila Alien exposing them on an interview. They still got it up. Okay. Is that the one? UFO summon huge UFO. No. What's this one? No. Have to stumble across it eventually. Spy drones. Nope. There's that fake one. TR3B. I was using a laser pointer and that was a kite made of tin foil. And LED lights. Well, no. Come on, third phase, where are you? Where are you hiding it? What's that camera they use? Sionyx. I don't know. How do you spell it? Is that the one? Zebronics. Don't think it's that one. Oh. Color night vision. Vids. Nope. Ah, here we go. No, is it? Sionyx. Yep, that's gotta be it. Let's search on that. When they first get that new camera, they capture a UFO first outing. Yeah, right. So why hasn't it come up? And we only got a few videos this time. Why can't I find that video? So it gives us crazy search. Let's try night vision then. Mind, there's going to be lots of stuff. Night vision USA. I wonder if that'll work. Damn it. Anyone knows what it is, post it inside. Was that the one? No. If they use non-clickbait titles, it'd probably make it a lot easier to find stuff. Yeah. Was that the one? No. It was over Hawaii itself, USA. Hawaii. Is that how you spell it? I always spell it wrong. No. It's not how you spell it, is it? There we go. I always get it wrong. Bottle hunters. That's what they should have stuck with. Just do a channel on bottle hunting instead of ruining ufology like they have done. Bottle hunters, bottle hunters. Obviously it wasn't the running out of material or bottles. Yeah, I need a drink. I really do. Here we go. Night. Matches. No. Garbage. Bottles. Bottles. Volcanoes. Bottles. Bottles. Obviously, there's a lot of junk around Hawaii. Tornado. Earthquake. They needed to make a separate channel for their bottle stuff, didn't they? Man, I didn't realise how many bottle videos they got. So that's just crazy. Who cares about bottles? And I still didn't see the UFO one. This is why it can be hard to track down old stuff. Today. And it's not them, it's other people. Stuff it. I know where I can find it, but I've only got snapshots, not the actual video of it. because I didn't want them to get a claim against me back then. Even though it's fair use, I'm pulling apart their garbage. So this is typical clickbait. Something major is happening over the world. Could that be them filming? Breaking news. It was something like that. I think that was the second time they used it though. Let me just have a look at that one.
Horizontal, parallel with what we're looking.
Okay. Is that the one? Let's just have a look.
Easy night, and the star's about to clear up. The sionyx is
Sionyx, so that's one of them.
looking good, and we're looking out. It's so clear.
This is where you can prove they're 100% fake and stuff, is when they're doing it themselves like this. But that was the second time I think they used it.
Law of averages. You know what the law of averages, guys? Well, basically, it's if
not really good camera work, is it, for professionals? And I thought they might have included the other one. Nuts, guys! I almost got there. Almost found that episode. Oops. What happened? I lost the search, did I? Maybe I got the name of it I can search on. Man, I didn't think it was going to be this hard. Yeah, of course, that's going back a wee way now too, when I did the liar video. But I have got some snapshots here, it might give us a clue what video I took it from. 20 minutes looking for this damn thing. It's crazy. Didn't think it was back this far. Here we go. 100% proof, third phase. This one here, which is a summary one I did.
The moon has changed.
Where this guy keeps droning on that they have changed. And he used to be anti-typical debunker. Until they spoke to him on phone and somehow they hypnotized him. But anyway, let's see. I do break it down. Night vision camera, here we go. Search and rescue off the coast. Was on TV news that night. Okay, so this is the episode we're looking for. So this might be how we can find it. We can't believe what we just caught. See, this is why we don't find this stuff. Clickbait titles, they came back. We can't believe what we just got. Not caught. Okay, so let's search for that. We can't believe. Which is really clickbaity. Ah, crap. What did I go and press? Function key 12. We can't believe. Okay, can we find that title still? And why hasn't it come up in the search, you know? This is typical Google. There's can't believe there. And can't believe there. You gotta watch this before they delete it. Can't believe they hid this. Okay, let's put got in there. Got. We won't believe. Found hidden. White House. Oh, come on. This is hopeless. Won't just believe what happened. That's ridiculous. Google, you need to really improve your search. Damn. Buckle up. Are they still using that term? Or do people get sick of it? Buckle up. No. No. Buckle up. And we still can't find the episodes. They probably used it over a couple of videos though. It's not going to show us all the clips, stupid thing. Surrounded. So this shows how many times they use believe in their description or heading. What if I put in, we can't believe they got caps. Can't believe what we, can't believe what we, it just kept muck it up though. I'll just reduce that down. Can't believe what we found in the middle of the jungle. Ah, shit. Maybe what we just witnessed in Hawaii. No. Man, they got so much crap. Oh dear. Oh, here we go, we finally got it. This is the one they hoaxed. And what year was that? November 2019. Close to 2020. So at the time this came out, I did an episode on it, and I can't find it now. And
what's it looking for?
You can see the typical pulsing flashing light, which is typical of a helicopter. Strobe lights, and you got some boats on the water here.
The strangest part, Blake, is like within 5 minutes,
it's just hovering there.
Like hovered, and like in the beginning video, then it took off, and within 5 minutes, these two lights popped up, and it's hard to tell what they are. And then this thing popped up again and came back around to do some investigating. I can't tell you what this is. We do have a daytime photo coming up of this area, and these aren't like people would say shrimp boats or anything like that. This is the
There's-
Hamakua coast.
Absolutely. No shrimp fishing, no squid fishing out here at night. I think it's almost...
That's because it was a search and rescue. So that night time I put in how do we spell Hawaii again? Hawaii. Is that how I spell it? Go Hawaii. Okay, I got stupid words. As bad as Maori words. Hawaii. Search and rescue. Okay. Obviously they do a lot of search and rescues. And so and they did say another place name where they live. Do they have it in information here? Probably not. That's it. What's that place? Hawaii, or what they said? Whatever said it was. Latest. Okay, search and rescue. Listen. Person. Heli. Boat. Rescue crews to receive search for missing person. Okay, what year was that? 2020. No, helicopter crash. It's in helicopter. That was in December. (2017). That's December. 6 people found in wreckage. I don't think it was that one. Missing tour helicopter. That was in December. It wasn't that one. At the time it was all over in the news. You know, you could click on the news link up here, where it was, and it would come up. And they said they didn't know what it was. It would have been all over their TV and newspapers, especially the next day. And they use that particular footage now for their intro on Amazon, isn't it? Helicopter crash. No. Okay, so let's narrow it down. 2019 November. We haven't got a day though, have we? Here we go. No, it's December again. So were they searching for that down to a helicopter? And then they found the bodies later. There we go. Honolulu. Was that the place they said? Let's have a listen again.
Not allowed to fish at certain times, especially at night, and definitely no squid.
We're
we're seeing flashes, pulses of light as it pulses off whatever this object is. And let me tell you, we didn't see any kind of object whatsoever.
Okay, this is where if you use that flight tracker app, which these guys don't, it would have debunked it straight away too. It would have had the search and rescue helicopter up.
No propellers, no fuselage, nothing. Just a luminescent light.
Okay, so as you know, night vision just overexposes everything. You just see the light. You don't actually see the object. So you can see they got a spotlight shining down on the water. Blinking lights, moving slowly. It's helicopter.
The pulses don't match up with the light below.
So this is them fabricating a UFO event.
Seems like this energy, this orb is just
by using a strategy, you know, like search and rescue.
Transmitting its light down on the ocean.
And it's far enough away that you just can't hear the helicopter. But I did, in that particular live stream, I amplified up the volume and you could hear this noise in the background over their speaking and music, of course.
What kind of luminescent object is out there that could exist? The only thing that could come to mind is maybe a blimp, but we don't have blimps in Hawaii.
So they knew there was a search and rescue event happening.
There it is.
It's back. There you go. You can hear it in this segment here. You can hear the rotor blades. So if you really amp that up.
What is that?
There you go. Can you hear it?
There's something following it underneath it.
Yeah, a boat with divers on it. Can you hear the helicopter?
Oh, look at that.
Like
I amped it up.
This orb is just transmitting.
It's coming up in a minute. So I'll boost it up as much as I can here.
What kind of luminescent object is out there that could exist? The only thing that could come to mind is maybe a blimp, but we don't have blimps in Hawaii. It doesn't exist.
See, this is another thing. This is another thing that GUFON will say. They never say what it is. They always leave it to the people out there to make up their minds what you're filming. But to me, this is Deception 101 hoaxing. They might not be hoaxing the actual UFO event, but they're hoaxing it as a UFO event. Same as they did with the LA one back in 2018. Here you go.
What is that? There's something following it underneath it. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Can you hear it, the helicopter? Because I can, in the headset.
Hovering.
Like a helicopter.
It's like telling these other USOs. Doesn't make.
See, that's Deception, USOs.
And then
okay, so there's only a little section there where they didn't have music and they weren't talking, and you could just hear the really faint it is, so it's really faint, but it's there.
There's something following it underneath.
So they're purposely talking over the background sounds so you don't hear it. I'm not sure if they got a clearer one where they're not talking.
Pulsate.
This thing just stands still. I'm gonna be
okay, they got no music in this part.
Because look how slow this is going.
Okay, he's saying shush shush. All you hear is the damn birds.
Do you hear
no
any
sound whatsoever?
Bullshit. Okay, you can hear the helicopter now.
You see the light off the...
Oh yeah, it's hitting something. It's searching for something out there. Wow.
Look at this.
Look, it's holding. It's just stalled out there.
Hear the helicopter? You got to hear it between them talking over it.
Brent was there filming, and I was there just basically being a spectator for a UFO event. And as you could hear, there was nothing that could indicate...
No, because you keep talking over it, trying to disguise it, you pricks. Okay, so GUFON's defending this garbage, right? Saying that's not them hoaxing. Yep, so Michael, you heard it, didn't you? I had to amp it up a fair bit there, though. I hope it didn't wake up anyone. But I did actually do that through special software, and I amped it up and cleared up all the bird noises and them talking, and you could hear this noise. Definitely helicopter. But anyway, let's go on to the next bit. Now we got the episode. I'm going to share it, even though they're hoaxes, because this is hoaxed. Third phase hoaxing and 2019 November. It's not quite 2020, but it's close enough, isn't it? So it's not that long ago, within 5 years, right? And this is meant to be in the period where they claim to have changed. Okay, so let's go back to what GUFON's got to say here.
But he goes back 8 years. He goes, what do you mean?
Okay, so he's attacking Stephen Cambian, talking about third phase being hoaxes. And GUFON's going to go into his usual attack mode. He was talking about Phil Snyder too. And all he had to do was watch my video where I had it all summed together with the photographs of the FOIA requests and the various other videos out there where people had also exposed it, and all the paperwork. And all he had to do is watch my episode and replay it on his channel, and he would have it all in one thing. But he got it from here, from Scott Brown instead, which is not quite as good as my episode that I did on. Anyway, here we go.
I said, third phase of moon doesn't hoax anything, and if they did, I wouldn't be friends with them if they did. And they admitted everything they did wrong. They came forward and talked about the Philippines and Hawaii and all that stuff.
Okay, the Philippines one is a dead horses. They admitted to it in the end, blah blah blah, and it's greater than 5 years ago. So let's exclude that one. How about these other two events? Now that I just showed you that helicopter one, and the other one I can't show you because they deleted it, which is a shame because we wanted to do a deep dive into that one again to prove there were definitely hoax in it. But I've done my best by going over old footage that I had captured on the live stream, but it was using Hangouts, which was corrupting all the video, which is a bit unfortunate. But lucky enough, I did some HD screen snapshots of various frames at the time when I was analysing, so I still had those to work with. So this guy is a lying a-hole, and he's influencing all these people here.
There's nothing.
And again, I'll say he repeats this every week almost, and because I've talked about it before.
Hide anymore, but Cambian doesn't listen. He lets his emotions get the best of him, and he goes back 8 years. And I said 5 years, but he goes back 8 years. He goes.
And I just went back 2 and 4 years.
What do you mean? They haven't hoaxed anything. They said they were in the Philippines when they were in Hawaii. You know? And I'm like, dude, everybody already knows all that shit. You know, it's old news. In the last 5 years, I can say third phase of moon turned their shit around. If you don't believe it, who cares what you believe? I don't care. I know the truth. But what Stephen Cambian is doing, he's protecting himself right now. There's no falling out. I don't hold it against him. All he's doing is...
Well, Steve Cambian needs to wake up then if he's still friends with this guy, because he's a reputation killer. But Steve Cambian's hanging around these guys to get more subs. So he's a hypocrite in that case.
Putting out a video with me talking about third phase, and it protects him because it makes it look like he doesn't, like he's not friendly with us. Oh, he'll be friendly, but he really doesn't like them. Stephen Cambian just posted this I guess there's a falling out. He won't be friends with GUFON or Third Phase of Moon because one's a hoaxer and the other supports him. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make himself look good.
And this guy here, look. 187 likes for this episode, which is just nonsense, and it's dangerous to ufology right there. And 1,600, almost 1,700 views. Compare that to mine. No one's going to watch mine and see the actual truth of what this guy's saying, because at the moment he's just lying for their criminal mates online in the network, and he's getting these donations up here of $50. Bing, bing, bing. You know, it's just crazy. He's just damaging ufology even more.
But it's an insecurity thing. I used to do it. It covers you. So when people say, oh man, I thought you were friends with GUFON, but now that I see you posted this video with him and an overture of music behind it, hilarious, dude. I was worried about you, man, but you knocked it out of the park. That's funny shit. Yeah, that GUFON, he's supporting hoaxers.
He is.
It's not as simple as that.
Yes, it is.
It's more complex than just saying.
It's only because he's saying it's complex.
This is two guys who came to me since I was one of their biggest, if not the biggest, haters of Third Phase of Moon back in the day. And they came to me one day when we were doing a show. I was with Dave Scott, and they called into the show. We had a discussion, and then several months later, we wound up talking on the phone. They explained to me things, and I said, man, that makes sense. And I said, so what now? Well, the last couple of years, we've turned things around. We no longer will post things that are CGI or what we think is CGI. We'll do the best we can, but we're still going to post videos up very quickly. And Cambian thinks that when they get a video that, let's say it's from
doesn't matter
Haiti.
what the video is, as long as it's something moving in the sky, they're going to wang it up. As long as it's not too crappy of a video, they'll wang it up now. They're a bit more selective. They don't put up everything now. They just put up less dots in the sky.
Or something. Like, how is Third Phase of Moon going to research that video from Haiti when, they got the interview with the person or they got the story? You can't...
Hang on. If you watch the video of that Haiti one, of the Skinwalker, you can see it was a guy in a fake suit using cardboard cutouts, which is typical of them producing fake videos as movie producers and actors. So they definitely faked the Philippine one.
You can't do everything. You can't debunk everything. But what Third Phase of...
Oh, yes, you can. If you keep getting more and more information, you can debunk it to a point and leave it open still.
Moon does, they leave it up to you, which I've always hated. I was always against that.
Me too, and I still am.
You never leave it up to the public to decide what the hell you're posting on your channel. That was my biggest beef. And I used to say the same thing as Stephen Cambian. Why are they posting this video when it's bullshit? I can even tell that's a blimp. It's a blimp. What are you posting it for? Well, maybe it wasn't a blimp,
Okay, so this is the opt-out option there. Maybe it wasn't a blimp. But if you research it properly, and you can say, oh yeah, good blimp was over that stadium that night where they're filming, that's pretty much conclusive that it was a blimp, or if you can enhance it enough and see good year written on the side or whatever, so yeah, he's doing the same old crap that the fraud channels do, saying maybe we're wrong, maybe it was a UFO.
But it looked like one. But what Third Phase of Moon does, they get submissions from people, they find videos, and they post it on their channel as quickly as possible.
to make money off it before anyone else puts it up.
And they're one of those channels.
And Secure Team tried to do the same. Like, he used to put out videos every day. He used to scan the news feeds and have people working for him, sending him the latest stuff to come in, so he could put it up there on his channel, and everybody would watch all the clips from all the different locations in one place. So he was like a meta search facility, that's all. Putting up garbage videos, doesn't matter if they had alien craft or not, and they were debunkable. Put it up there without any research and make lots of money, millions of dollars in fact, from ad money that Secure Team makes.
Channels that lets the public debunk them. And they say it, and this is where
So what's the point of having MUFON when you got a team of experts that actually go out there and collect more data, analyse, interview people, and figure out what they did see? What's the point having a UFO channel that's not doing damn all?
Cambian doesn't listen. And a lot of debunkers let their emotions get to them. I know.
No emotions here, mate, apart from being angry at the bullshit that you're promoting. Definitely, if you look at my Skinwalker Ranch, I did a really balanced look at that. As much as I could do for today, anyway.
Because I used to be that way. In some ways, I still am. But, you know, when you're in it longer and longer and longer, you know, you pick your battles more wisely and whether they're worth it or not. But as far as third phase of moon, Cambian's like, oh, you can tell it's the same camera on every UFO sighting. Yeah, that was 8 years ago. I'm talking within 5, and I can't tell you how many times.
So, he admits they were hoaxing 8 years ago, but not now. So again, that doesn't work with me. If you're a hoaxer, you can't change and keep on going. There's no trust then. But Cambian's not quite right, and I'm not sure if that's what Cambian said or not. This is because he always misquotes what people said. GUFON to do his agenda, defend, you know, himself in third phase. But that's what Sheila Alien said on an interview. That's strange. It's almost like I could hear some other person in my headset here making strange sounds. Where was I? I got interrupted by Men in Black again. Sheila Alien was saying that the experts analysed the week's worth of videos, saying it was all from the same camera and all the same angles and all that sort of stuff. It suggested it was being produced by his brother Brent. And that's what exactly they were doing.
As I said it 5 years ago, and he doesn't listen because third phase of.
So you could be a criminal mastermind, and GUFON will forgive you and let you become a good person. And you know, terrorists blew up lots of people. Would you then let them carry on a normal life, saying, "Oh, they changed"? Yeah, but how about all the life and people's lives they ruined? In third phase, they ruined ufology for 10 years. 10 years. You forgive 10 years of crap. I don't think you can. Even if they deleted the channel, started a new one, you just can't trust them. I don't know, this guy's profiting pretty good, you know. That, views, and all those donations that he got for this episode, which it doesn't give you a running total here, unfortunately. Unlike me, which I have it down here, so everybody can see a running total from any donations, right? I don't hide anything. The amount of work I put into this. And you got to remember, I'm doing this live. It's not scripted. It's not all nicely edited. and give you a 5-minute rundown of Skinwalker Ranch episode 4, saying, yeah, they could capture this image, and this image, and bang, bang, bang. It's all nicely done in a 10-minute episode. You know, what I can do with this live show, live debunk, is put chapters in so you can skip past all the searching that I did before. So I'll probably do that if I got enough energy to do that.
Moon, on every video they put up, they say, we don't know what it is. We don't know if that's a drone. It may be a plane. It may be a weather balloon. It may be a satellite. We don't know. That's why we're posting it, to see if you can figure it out. Maybe you have information or another video or another angle of it, or have inside information we can't find. Help us out. That's what they do.
They never even look. Come on. They put it up as fast as they can. They ain't got time to research it if they do that.
And Cambian doesn't want them to do that. Cambian wants them to research everything, debunk everything, and have no channel. I think...
No, they could then say, we got these videos and we analysed it and this is our rundown of what they were. They have a perfect good channel, but they're debunking, and that's not what people want to hear. They want to hear... that dot over Skinwalker Ranch was 100% UFO. They don't want to hear you debunking it.
I think it's more fun to try to debunk what they put up now that I know that everything isn't, you know, a fake or CGI or they're hoaxing it. It all comes from people around the world, and that's all I'm going to say about it. And
people they ask permission from so they don't get sued. Well, Tyler does that, and he doesn't ask permission, and he gets away with it.
music to that, because you don't listen. You don't listen. All you do is sit there and go, ah, it's a fucking balloon! You idiot! You idiot! Oh, these guys are so stupid! And then he's yelling and screaming and doesn't hear what they're saying. Every video they've been putting out for the last several years, we don't know what it is. Da, 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 da. It could be this, it could be that. Doesn't listen.
He's a hypocrite. He doesn't listen either. If you ever go back over all my stuff where I've had conflict with him, it's always because he doesn't listen to what I'm saying.
Anyway, I don't care if Cambian puts videos up about me. It only helps me. It only helps. And you know what?
Well, hopefully me putting up stuff doesn't help you goof on here. But I hope people see that and go and if they're going to go to his channel, go and hassle him, saying he's lying, bullshitting.
$50 from Ghost in the Machine. Holy shit. I am the true Ghost in the Machine. You are now Monkey Butt. Okay.
He is indeed.
For $50, I'll be Monkey Butt. Jesus, man. That was definitely worth it. I am now Monkey Butt.
He certainly is. Yeah, he does this silly thing for thanking people. And it just gets so annoying.
Just insecure, that's all. Stephen has no ill will towards me.
He should have. Should have. He's a real truth seeker. That's his channel name, after all.
Well, I don't know if this is another instant classic. Okay, Mark, you're right. They did. They admitted it. But they admitted it. They said, we know what we did. It helped grow the channel. But then when we realized, they said this, when we realized...
Oh yeah, so it's alright. Every UFO channel to hoax up videos, to build their channel up. And then say, we admit it all, and now we've changed. And it's all right now. You can believe us. Right. I just can't get over this guy. How he thinks. So annoying.
Realized we were causing more harm than good, or even a little harm. We realized we had to change what we were doing, and we did. And they took a lot of shit for it. They lost a lot of subscribers. Because they weren't posting everything that they were sending them anymore. But you're right, Mark, they did. They grew that channel big, But back then,
So I just wonder how many subscribers have mental problems in that case, right? So you start telling the truth, they got to unsub from you. And that doesn't make any sense. Surely you want the truth in ufology to find out what you're actually looking at. And of course, it's not all going to be aliens, is it? It's going to be a lot of disinformation. So we need critical thinking.
that was the Wild West of YouTube, man. That's YouTube back then.
Now, we've got government even now saying that they're not discounted some of the stuff they've captured being extraterrestrials. Now, at least they've got to that stage, and that's only happened because of Lou, really, and they're attacking Lou. But Lou is really the one that's brought that forward, you know, and now you got Congress smitten that stuff, you know. Although that Congress hearing was complete crap, at least a step in the right direction, I guess. But you could see that presentation was just hopeless. And it's also frustrating, but we knew that was going to happen. Not sure what... You know, Louis managed to get something out, which turned out to be interesting, but not conclusive. And it turned out, then the government were backstabbing him, saying, no, he didn't work for us, blah, blah, blah. And then the Black Vault got 4 requests and proved that he was, and all that sort of stuff. So, I don't know, this stuff, attacking Louis, you know, yes, he could be part of the disinformation, but time will tell, and these people will eventually expose themselves, you know, like Doty.
And ufology and YouTube were still new 8-9 years ago. I mean, it wasn't for me. I hated it. I hated seeing all that shit. Because I was putting shit up, getting lumped in as a hoaxer too. Even though I was just seeing dots, you know. But, hey man, they did. But now that they have the following they have, they decided to turn that following around to make good of it. And yeah, you want to pick on them for talking to Greer, making movies with Greer, whatever. Whatever.
That's the right to make movies with frauds.
And I understand Greer's very controversial, but honestly, I think Greer does just as good a job as anybody. He's not like David Wilcock or Corey Good or some other people out there.
Oh, yes, yes. You remember that he was charging people $2,000 to go bang drums and talk crap on the side of a mountain, a beach side or whatever it was, looking over the California there. And suddenly flares were shot up or dropped. And there's no apps being used, claiming, oh, that the aliens are here talking to us. See how it's not flares? Can't see no smoke. Yeah, not from that distance, mate. Of course he is. He's the same as all these other shills claiming to have star jump gates and time travel and all that sort of nonsense. And yet they sell teacups and t-shirts on their channel and have ads on their ads on their channel, making money. And yet, if they're in contact with aliens, can go anywhere in the universe, they could just get bars of gold anywhere and bring it back to Earth. Or give them some rubies or diamonds. They wouldn't need to... they could bring back artifacts, you know, different isotopes from all these different locations, and they could say, well, there's proof. No, none of that happened. They're all frauds, all these people.
He says he talks to aliens. And what if he does? I don't know. From what I heard at that CE5 event that the boys were at, Cousins Brothers, 15 days with Greer and going through...
15 days with Greer would make you mental, I think. He's a talking non-stop head and blabbing about the same stuff over and over again.
Through the CE5 events.
Yeah, they caught something apparently, and they've got the evidence, and they're going to bring it on a new movie to show you, dots in the sky. It's going to be the same as Skinwalker Ranch, what we just looked at. And of course, no proper experts looking at it. They won't have Nick West analysing the Dr. Greer footage or Scott Brander, I bet, yeah?
Even they had a question like, I don't know, man. There was some weird shit going on. And not something like flares being dropped off in the distance or somebody with a flashlight or laser pointer. But when the movie comes out, you'll see. I haven't even
Someone releasing LED balloons or drones with things hanging down like in previous movies. Anyway, enough on that. Time to wrap up, I think. But yeah, he was talking about Phil Snyder, and if you just watched my stuff, he would have all the answers. He's saying, I didn't know he had nuclear material, and he was passing it around audiences, and all this. And then he was saying that didn't the autopsy go vanish, and all that sort of stuff. It was all nonsense. And there's copies, the FBI got copies of the autopsies, and it's been presented many, many times, so what the findings were. Used like a silicon tube, wasn't it? A medical tube, and they're quite soft but very strong. And if you wrap it around your neck 3 times and then tuck it down, that stuff squeezes together tighter and tighter, like a noose would work, So he could, yes, hang himself with 3 fingers and one arm and one hand, because he could quite easily wrap it around and then tuck it down. Yeah, and he was in mental institutions, and it's all documented, and people still don't believe it. They think it's like disinformation cover-up. And even his mates were saying that he cut off his own fingers. It wasn't through some sort of alien battle. They cut it off years prior. And they took, some of his friends that knew him. But anyway, ufology is tiring. All this garbage that you have to get through. But hopefully that's why I did the Skinwalker Ranch, because at least it's something fresh, something new coming in. Unfortunately, they don't make the material available. I'll just put a link to where we are at here if you want to listen to that, what he's got. Since I used it, and you might want to listen to all the other stuff he's got there and compare it to what stuff I do if you want to. GUFON rant again. There we go. Now, I don't know if there's anything new that's coming out. I think there's very little. So you got that one there you can look at, and you can see it's a search and rescue helicopter. I was actually trying to find the news articles on it, November the 16th. It is very close to December one, so I wonder if it was them looking for the downed helicopter there. I didn't actually look further into it after that point. Hawaii, search and rescue. I was going to get the place name because that narrows it down. Because they have search and rescue all the time. 6 bodies found. So that was in December. Was it 16th? How many weeks after? So it was a tourist helicopter that crashed off the coast. So that's got to be the one, isn't it? Septal. December the 29th. So that would be 6 weeks after. Finally found the wreckage. Search for the last person. There you go. Yet to be recovered. So that would go on for 6 weeks quite easily, wouldn't it? to try would the bodies get eaten by sharks? Suppose you want to reclaim the bodies for their relatives. So you can see they've got a search and rescue boat, which is what was off the coast. They said it wasn't squid boats because they don't go that. That's not this protected area, but it's not search and rescue protected. At least 12 dead. And plane crash. That's what about here. So that sounds like something else that happened after, was it? 6 in helicopter. So it gets a bit complicated because I've got too much happening in that time. Six passengers. Now that's the place there, isn't it? It's got to be the same thing. 2 helicopter crash. It goes into the night time. It was big news at the time anyway. And they definitely hoaxed the event, saying it was UFOs and all that, USOs. So they're using a tragic event with their new camera off their coast there. I think it's disgusting, really. But if you can find my episode, I did the night, and I did some searches on it. There was only a few coming up at the time on the website, but it would have been all over the news channel. People still missing, blah blah blah. It's got to be that helicopter crash. Let's put in a search here. November heli crash. Let's see if it comes up in November. Listen, people. It's still coming up 12 December. Listen. Get rid of search and rescue there, maybe. No. Heli crash, November. Get rid of missing people. Make it simpler. Okay. Helicopter crash in the same area. It's got 2022 listed here. So there's been another crash since 7 confirmed dead this time. It's like if you go on holiday, people, avoid using the helicopters for seeing the sights around the island. It doesn't look like it's a really safe thing to do on holiday. No indication of survivors. Still all December. Even though I put November. So let's put 11th and what was the date? 16th I got, yeah. So 16th, 11th. No, it's still come up with that one there. Let's have a quick look at that one. It's frustrating when you're doing research on this. So that's not on the coast. So that looks like a new one. That's definitely a new one. Inland this time. Bit scary to go in a helicopter now. It's not like they eject a parachute and they glide back down when the motor cuts out. Or you get helicopter flying around that hits into a tree or something. Okay, let's get rid of heli crash. Let's see. 2019. S and R. S and... Why is it not coming up? S and... Alright. No. Search and rescue. It's in my episode anyway. Because I didn't do any research. Because I didn't want it to, because they're faking it. No, it's not coming up with that term. It's very frustrating searching stuff. Now that is for Google. No, it's not coming up, is it? What was the coast again? That's that long name. Let's have a look.
That this is any kind of conventional aircraft. We didn't hear anything. It was totally silent, Blake. You're absolutely right.
And yet we could hear the helicopter noise if you really listened.
And take a look at what's happening here. We got a super close up of whatever we witnessed last night, and you can see it's illuminating the ocean like I've never seen anything do before.
Oh, come on, how he got the spotlight on the ocean?
It's wild.
Look, it's holding. It's just stalled out there. Blake, do you see that?
Yeah, that's what helicopters do when they hover over a person that they're trying to pull out a dead body out of the water.
We're seeing flashes, pulses of light as it pulses off whatever this object is. And let me tell you, we didn't see any kind of object whatsoever. No propellers, no fuselage, nothing. Just a luminescent light. And as we...
Which is what night vision tends to do. It's hidden behind the flare. And
like this energy, this orb is just transmitting its...
They just took utter crap, don't they, guys? Come on.
Blimps in Hawaii.
This is why I kind of can't hate them, because I just find them so funny. If they were just like a comedy piss take of a UFO channel,
it doesn't...
They should have done a piss take of Tyler Klotner.
exist.
There it is.
Yeah, you can hear the helicopter.
There's something following it underneath it.
Yeah, search and rescue boat. So what's the location?
Not allowed to fish at certain times. Shrimp boats or anything. I can't tell you what this is. We do have a daytime photo coming up of this area, and these aren't like people would say shrimp boats or anything like that. This is the Hamakua coast. Absolutely no
Hamakua. Wasn't it in the searches I had before? Helicopter crash. Hamakua. How'd you spell it? Was that it? It's come up automatically. Moon and Hamamuma. What are they trying to say? Cooler. Stuff I don't know. How'd you spell it? Not Honolulu. No, not that one. Hawaiian. Where's the spelling of it? I wish they put it up on the screen. Oh, actually, I might be able to do sub captions. Let's see. How did you spell it, guys? So frustrating.
I can't tell you what this is. We do have a daytime photo coming up of this area, and these aren't like people would say shrimp boats or anything like that. This is the Hamakua coast.
Absolutely.
Hamakua. It didn't say. It sounded like Hamakua. Not even Google could understand what they're saying. Mekakula coast. Nah. Damn it. Hawaii. It's on my episode anyway. Anyone know how to spell it out there? Put it down the side for us. Hamakua. Hawaii map. Maps. This is why I find research frustrating. Place names. Hamakua Coast. Someone's got it. Gabba TV knows. And where is it exactly? Let's just search it here. See, even Google couldn't work out what they were saying. You reckon that's Hamakua? So we got the first bit, Makula. Maybe they shorten it. Is that the location? No. Tattoos. Coast, Hawaii. There we go, that looks like it. Usually it's going to be far down a steep cliff there. It's definitely where people would wash up from a helicopter crash. What's happened here? So it's facing this way. That's right, I remember seeing this now. So they live somewhere here, off the coast here. So if they're aiming the camera down this direction. Anyway, we got a search term. Let's see if we can find the damn location. Let's see if we can find the news reports. Island of Kuka. Is that on the map? Was there an island there? Can't quite see any islands, but there might be. So they've got to be living around this area somewhere. And they've driven to the edge to film it. Seven confirmed dead. It's got to be that helicopter crash. There you go. It's crashed on a scenic Hawaiian island. Let's have a look. Is that the same one? It's still frustrating. Looks like steep cliffs. Hawaiian Island, but it hasn't got that coast they're talking about. Has it? Skydiving plane, that's different. Okay, still not looking promising. So maybe it wasn't a heli crash. Okay, let's just see what comes up with that. Big island, flood victims. Let's see, search. Okay, here we go. Search continues Friday, November the 15th. That's it. Okay, here we go. We got it. We finally got it. Khon 2 News. See, it was on all the news channels. So they had to know. That's where we were looking on the map, wasn't it? Listen. Opihi Picker. So was he out on a boat or something? Maybe it was a helicopter crash then. Swept out to sea. So he must have been fishing. Okay, and that's the search and rescue helicopter was picking up his body or hosting him out. I'm not sure. So that was on the 15th, the night before. Night before, and then they're searching for it and they found his body. Was it? There's his boot. Is it? What's that there? What the hell's that? Body found. Here you go. No. Is that something different? I'm not sure. They make it confusing, don't they? Finally, Jimmy Hoffa was found. What day was that? Where's the date on this? Lake Med, not in Las Vegas. What's that got to do with it? Now it's getting frustrating. Swept off. Here we go. So this is what the fake UFO was, them searching for this person. Continue Friday. Stranded on shore. So they found him. Found one picker. Crews did a rope. Well, was that at night time? 15-foot waves, guys. Yeah, so this type in. What else we got here? 16th we want. Nighttime search. Search nighttime. Of first discovery of Orion. Petrie. What's that? More mystery lights appear over Hawaii. And that was after the event. Of course, 16th with daylight time zones. Could be the 15th that night, right? It's got to be that person, I think. Search 16th. Put 16th in. There we go. See, the 16th is not coming up. Okay, let's try that again. So have we got images? Daytime. Coast Guard suspends search. Here we go. For missing Ophi picker. So I didn't find them. Coast Guard. It's in the right location, isn't it? That was November the 19th. They must have been looking nighttime as well. So from the 15th to the 19th. 40-year-old was swept out to sea. Probably eaten by sharks, eh? And that's why they had divers there. Firefighters used ropes to pull him up from bottom. What's this one? A friend was also washed into the water, but was able to make it back. Firefighters used ropes to pull him up. Okay, so that was 60-foot cliffs, which we saw on that picture there. Definitely were high. Alert was sent out to all boaters. So that would have gone into the nighttime. High surf. Shouldn't really. Anyway, it's got to be. I've got to be bang on here. It's got to be this thing. 15th, another rescue. I just want to make it nice and tidy end to it, right? But I just can't quite get there. Images, videos, news. Maybe we should go to news. I'm not sure what was on the episode now. It's quite a while ago. Now you can see the news tab is useless. What else we got? We got any videos? There we go. So, was that nighttime footage? Let's have a look. Let's go to that web page. 27 clip. So why won't it play? That's pretty sucky, isn't it? So where's the video gone to? Ah, damn. Okay. Big Island. It's getting frustrating now. More mystery lights appear over Hawaii. That was previous month. It's probably the big brothers sending in news reports. Another was swept off the coast. Okay, is that going to the video? What have we got? Any nighttime footage?
A search continued today for an swept out to sea off Honoka'a. Hawaii County rescue teams and the Coast Guard were called out just after 6:30 last night. They found one.
Hey, last night, 6:30. Okay, we got the time. So when were they videoing? Has it got a timestamp on the video? Nah, they ain't going to show us that. Oh, that looks like 6:30 though, doesn't it? There we go. I think Paul has nailed it. And they didn't do any research on that, and they're still using it as a UFO video. 6:30. I'm pretty sure I would have found this on the other episode too.
Pihi picker stranded on the shore about 60 feet below the cliffs. Crews did a rope rescue and that person was not injured, but the other person was swept into the water and has not been seen. Officials say there were large swells of about 15-foot waves.
There you go, 6:30. Would have gone to the night time looking for the other person. Divers, lights. Oh yeah, I think we've got it nailed. Okay. What time stamps have we got on this? 2 years ago. Hoaxers, hoaxers, hoaxers. All these people got suckered in. But we got, why haven't we got a proper timestamp on this? That just sucks. Why Google does it. Big Island. 10:35 is it? They got 10:35 PM here. That they posted this video up. So that could have been 6:30 onwards, any time between their searching. Okay, so there you go. That's what it was. Paul, the real researcher, has solved it, and they're just a bunch of hoaxes. I don't want to hear any more that GUFON says they haven't hoaxed anything in the last 5 years. That's nonsense, and Paul is done with it now, and that just proves it 100%. So yeah, I better wrap up and let you guys sleep or whatever. I don't want to close that down. I don't want that on the screen. So I'm going to say good night, guys, and hopefully we got some better stuff to talk about. But I'm sick of hearing these people fighting each other over third phase not being hoaxes. This is just rubbish. But yeah, and they're still doing it. 2 years from that point, what they've done, they've put up CGI videos. They have. I've pointed them out. They may not have hoaxed anything in the last 2 years, but they certainly are still fraud and not meant to be trusted. I don't care what anyone says. So, good night. And stay safe on the roads. Google saying good night too. I'm not sure if I picked it up on the microphone or not. Google's had enough too. Oh, that's loud. Have I got it up? Boosted, not too loud. I forgot to change it. Sorry. Google said good night too, if you heard it. Or me, over that loudness. I don't think you would have. It's probably going to come out all distorted on YouTube. I forgot to turn it down. You should have reminded me, Mike. It doesn't matter. Let's see how it comes out when I play it back. Paul is frustrated. Oh, these fraud channels.